Good morning, guys. Morning, Elston. Morning, Bunker. Sorry for keeping you just. I'm just trying to wrap something up quickly before the stream started. It took a little bit longer than I expected. Okay, so yesterday you saw me working on this lovely lady. What you didn't see is actually when I finished it off stream later on. So she's actually complete now. I've done all the scales. I've multi-parted this. If I do an explode, where's my explode thing? There we go. I don't use this tool normally, and I don't know where it bloody lives now. Transform. There you go, expose. So that was weird, the way it's done that. But you can see we've got a shoulder pad separate, we've got the body, we've got the arm with the staff, and then we've got two wings, and I've put the two little peg sockets in the back to kind of like help the wings fix in. So I'll make her a little bit more manageable for printing, hoping she fits on the print bed. Now I've already, I don't need to do anything here now, so I'm just going to close this window. I've already exported the model. So we've got the file saved as STLs now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run the parts through NetFab. So again, if you don't use NetFab or if you haven't seen it before, you don't know what it is, it's a package by Autodesk. Well, Autodesk own it now, it wasn't by them originally. You need an Autodesk account to use it, but you don't have to pay for it. You can use it unlicensed. It does have limited functionality in an unlicensed version, but it's absolutely plenty for what we need to just repair the models. So I'm going to go and open up my miniature index. I'm going to go to Lucille the Pit Fiend, or Pit Fiend Lucille, I think it's called. Yeah, Pit Fiend Lucille. Delete the ruler because I don't need that. I'm just going to take all the parts and so drag them over here. Just drag and drop into the window. I've got automatic repair is enabled. Basically what this means is I don't have to do a manual repair process when I load it up, so it just saves me a bit of time. So always click the tick box there. And you can set to default, simple or extended repair. Default's usually enough. So I'm just going to add parts, and it's just going to run a repair process on this. Now the reason you need to repair files is because when you export files natively, there are artifacts and anomalies in the mesh that you don't see, and you might not see them, but they will make it difficult or impossible for the 3D printer to actually do its job. So you do need to actually go through this repair process. Now, you can always check scale, and it's always worth doing when you're in NetFab. Just make sure you've exported things correctly. Each of these squares is a centimetre. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's about 100mm tall in total, which is what I expected. Obviously, if it was this big and it was a normal miniature, I'd be questioning it. They should be about 3 boxes tall, give or take, maybe 4. And then all I need to do is individually, one at a time, click on the names that have now got repaired appended to them, export part and export as STL. and it's going to do one last little check, and it's going to give me either a green tick or an exclamation mark to tell me there's an issue. So this one's fine, so I can just click OK. So the body's exported, no problem. The left wing, no problems. Right wing, right, it's got one degenerated triangle there. If I click on optimize, hopefully it'll run another little check, and that'll change from an exclamation mark to a tick. There we go. Now sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes you'll get a few degenerate triangles or a few manifold edges after the whole process is wrapped up. And generally, if that is the case, if that does happen, it's not really anything to worry about. Now, the sculptor should be doing this check, because if there's loads of degenerate issues and there's loads of problems, then the mesh may need to be re-exported. It's not something you'll be able to resolve. And as a customer buying a file, it shouldn't be down to you to resolve them anyway. They should be sent out fit for purpose in the first place. Okay, and this last one also has one degenerate triangle. Okay, brilliant. Right, so that's netfab done. Don't need to save the file. Now you can see we've got duplicate number files of everything in the folder now, so everything's got the original version of the file, which is the ones that I highlighted, and it's also got the repaired version. So I'm just going to press delete. Well, I'm going to select the folder first, and I'm going to press delete and get rid of all the original stuff, because I don't need that. And then I'm going to, in my Lightsheet window, I'm just going to drag all my supports in. So I use the Lightsheet Pro version. I would say it is absolutely well worth paying for. The features and the usability of it are just great. Let me just change my printer to the Sonic Mini 4K, frozen resin. Just gives me a bit more build plate. Okay, so this model is designed to print on this. It may not print in one plate, but it will all print on this printer. So first thing I need to do is orientate the model. Let's rotate this standing up a bit. I don't want it all the way up, but that should do it, I think. I'm going to go to move, and I'm going to move it up a little bit so we can get a little bit of height, so we can get some supports underneath. Right, now the staff is risky business because it's big. I'm tempted to lay the stuff down a touch, just so it doesn't increase the time on the build too much. So at the moment I'm just positioning stuff on a build plate. That's too high, I don't need that high at all. Oh, there we go, we should get everything onto one One build plate for a Sonic Mini 4K now. So basically the height on these doesn't really matter too much. Usually about 5 mil is the minimum you want for the supports underneath. I don't want them too high, I don't want to be adding too much extra unnecessary stuff, but you need to make sure you've got enough kind of flex room after supports are removed, or when supports are removed, to be able to kind of get the model off the plate. Or detach the model from the supports at least, sorry. Okay, let's go there. Perfect, right. So, a few things have changed in Lighty recently. So there's a previous trick I showed you before, which was to do with using different scan heights and different layer heights. That I don't believe really has any impact anymore. I think they've updated something in Lighty that's rendered that nerfed now. So what we're instead going to do, the way I do all my supports now, I'm going to select all of the parts whilst in prepare mode. You see we've got a raft enabled, by the way, first. The raft setting here is 0.2mm thick with a precision of 0.5mm, and that basically just helps to keep the raft thin and as tight as possible. It means that you're not wasting loads of resin, you haven't got loads of extra bulk to deal with. And obviously it is the lipped one at the end, the shape ball, which has like the little angle on it. Morning Kalios, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. So this one here basically just means you can get a spatula under it really easily, just give it a little twist and the whole thing should just pop off the build plate for the most part. As long as you're not overexposing your base layers. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is go to supports, we're going to go to island detection, and we're just going to run island detection using real accuracy. Okay, search selected. And this will take as long as it takes. If there's a lot of polys on the model, it'll take even longer. If you've got the file size relatively low, this should be quite a quick process. And I can't unfortunately tell you if this is present in the free version or not. All I can say is I'm using the pro version, it's definitely there. So, Thomas on Facebook, good morning, hope you're doing well. Chat's live on Facebook, by the way, so if you want to comment on the post, it'll jump into the stream here, and I'll be able to kind of engage with you and speak to you as well. Oh, it's taking a little bit of time, but it's a big model with lots of detail on it, so it's got a lot to check. Doing like a plate of normal miniatures, it's probably about half the amount of time as this one usually. But what's happening here, this is scanning through the layers, so the taller the thing is, the longer it's going to take to scan. It's going part by part. I'm guessing the short one just was the shoulder pad. I'm sure it used to tell you which piece it was scanning at the time, but evidently not anymore. Sorry about this, guys, it's not exactly thrilling viewing, is it? So basically, once this bit's done, once I've finished all the supports on Lucille, I'm going to be uploading her and getting in the files. And And then I'm going to be starting work on Traxigor, who is a human mage who has been permanently polymorphed into an otter. So basically it's a cute little otter wizard. Come on. Sort yourself out, Lychee. Right, done. So, pretty much everything I'm going to use here now is my medium support. I've got a beefy medium, which basically is a slightly larger tip diameter, but it's otherwise the same. We've got a heavy, which has got a much larger tip diameter and a thicker kind of stem, if you like. But for the most part, this is what I use for everything. Occasionally I'll go and use lights if it's just for a tiny little detail, and the large ones or the medium ones giving me a bit of grief trying to get in. So we've got 225 islands across the whole model. That doesn't mean we're going to need 225 supports. We're going to have to add a lot more than that to make this print. But what we're going to do is going to start on the body here. We're going to just hide everything other than the body. Oops. Right, so just the body's highlighted now. Right, so we've got 149 islands on the body. So what we're going to do is going to put one support there. Now, Ty at Table Flip told me this little tip, so thank you, Ty. But basically, rather than a little bit of support theory first. So when you support a model, you need two different types of supports. You need anchor supports, structural supports, and you need enabling supports. The enabling supports enable detail to be printed, and the structural supports are the anchors that are going to hold the model in place, stop it detaching from the build plate, and stop it wobbling while it's moving. Previously I've used anchors as heavy supports, and the problem you find with a heavy support is when you remove it, it's going to leave a little dink in the model. So what you need to do is, if you're using heavy supports, you need to take clippers to them and remove them, and obviously that adds to the removal process, it adds to the clean-up time. But what you can do instead is, like, so say on a heavy support we've got a 0.48mm tip. Now I'd still probably have to put two there to get that to work, but what we can do instead is use the medium supports in close proximity to increase the surface area of the model that is covered. Okay, so by adding a good amount of, that was annoying because it's not in line. By adding a good amount of these to this initial island. So when you look at Lychee, when you'll see the ring here, the white ring, this is like a layer. So what you need to do is you need to bring it down until the layer becomes like a tiny little circle, and then that's your final island. So the island is this area here. So we make sure we've got a couple of supports in this area, and then by all being light supports like this, that little mass will serve as an anchor. Okay. Now, I'm still going to need to put a series of additional supports just to hold this in place, just because it's hefty really more than anything else. just because there's some weight to this thing. So basically, in theory, from this point on, this tail should self-support, but because it is a fairly substantial mass, don't want to rely on that. So we're just going to put a few supports up there just to hold it in place. Okay, and then we're going to do the same going the other way, just in the middle. Try and pick up the lowest point of the tail to about the point when it starts going vertical. Okay, so this gives the underside of the tail here some structural stability. Okay, we've got an elbow up here. Again, it's a large island, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one in the middle, and I'll thicken this one up in a minute, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like a little petal configuration. Okay, so on that one island there, where it's supporting the weight of the arm, create like a small cluster of supports. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to boost the diameter of this one to 1.5 and increase the tip length to 3. Right, so it's still got the same contact point, but it's now a thicker support, which means it will self-support better, and it's going to reach up to the arm without giving any wobble. What I'm also going to do then, I'm going to reset to a medium. After I've deselected everything, I'm going to click on medium again. That's going to put my settings back to a standard thing, otherwise it's going to use that same setting to support everything. And I'm going to take an island from there, I'm going to hold Alt, and I'm going to bring it back to about halfway down that support there. I'm going to do a couple more of them, Alt and Shift, and that's going to kind of maintain that same starting point. I'm going to do a few supports either way just to hold the mass of the arm here. Now the nice thing about these supports is they will not leave marks on the model. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to pick up any supports that are nearby. I'm going to run them into the same thing there. Down here, I can pick these ones up. I might be able to add these to the same one. And this is the other thing as well. Advanced editing, which you get in Lightree Pro, is not available in the free version. So when you press spacebar while you've got a support activated, you can pick up all the different nodes for the elbows. You can scale them up, scale them down. No worries, Alston. How's it going, matey? Just doing the supports on Lucille from yesterday's stream. Also, I finished her offline, so it was I thought I'll come back in and do supports on her today. So how are we doing today, mate? So what I'm doing here, I'm picking up a little tree of supports, a little cluster of them where they're needed. Now these ones, they can actually be downgraded to the lights if I need to, because they're only support like the scales. We're not going to get a complete failure in this area. You just get like softening of the scale edges. But I'm not sure it's worth tweaking them. So, what are you up to today, Alston? You working? What hobby projects you got going on at the moment, mate? So again, where there's islands and I've got big chunky masses like the bicep and the arm here, I'm going to make sure I've got a decent amount of supports clustered into that area. Painting the Emperor in non-metallic metal. Mate, you're a braver man than me. I haven't really dabbled in non-metallic metal too much. It intimidates me. What I want to try and achieve here, I want to try and have minimum number of support rods going upwards. I think Goku and Ifrit are next on the cards. It tests your brain while playing. Yeah, it does, mate. It's the it's just something I've always steered clear of. Hey AD, how you doing? Right, so after stream last night, or yesterday afternoon, I did come down the office of the evening. Did a little bit more on this mini. And actually got her finished. So I've petitioned her up for printing. I've cut her, booleaned it all out and everything, and I am currently just doing supports for it. So wherever I can, I'm going to try and get... Do you know, I'm not done too bad here. I actually thought I was going to do a lot more islands on the chain links, but... It's not too bad. No. Still saying, still going, mate. Okay, so in these areas where we're low to the ground, I want these to basically, when you put them in a row and you get them together, what happens is the supports touch each other and the what do you call it? The support staffs touch each other, stems rather. And when they do that, it kind of gives a little bit of extra structure and stability to the base. So it's good to have like a little rows like this on the bottom of the model. You don't want them all over the place because it becomes an absolute arse to clean up. Okay, that's a very well supported foot. We're going to do the same here. We're going to put a tight cluster of supports around this area here for the base island. This is what all of the... This is the bottom point of the model here. So everything from this part is going to be relying on these for an anchor. Having done this bit, we can back off a little bit with the density. Let's still going to need quite a lot on the base here just to cover it all off. But I'll pick up the islands first, and I'm going to use the grid for placement of the rest of them. You'll see what I mean when we get there. The main thing I want to try and address right at the moment is the islands, which are the red parts. Now, where possible, I want full, actual, proper size supports, because they're actually easy to remove. The little hair-like ones, or the little strands, the mini supports, they may look like they're going to be easy to remove, but actually the problem with these things is like the main bulk of the supports, they're going to remove all in one go. They're going to all remove together. Well, that's a fail, isn't it? Yeah, so what will happen is all of the normal ones, they're just going to pluck straight off the model. I'm going to try and tree these up and parent them together so that they actually will remove a little bit easier. Okay, so hey Soul, how are you doing? So we're doing print ready supports on the model today. Hey Rich. So this process here is literally just picking up the islands to make sure that there's no like detail fails. When it's little details like these, we can get away with probably using light supports, anything down to about 0.12 if you're feeling lucky. Right, now Lychee Pro allows you to do that, moving the nodes of the support so you can customise the shape. No mate, you didn't actually. I actually sculpted the whole model, like the rest of the scales and stuff. I did all of that last night, so the mini's finished. So I'm just putting the Lychee support together now. So I need to make sure I've got the city guards are ready to go. They're ready to send out finally. So I'll be circulating the models after the stream today as well. And then this beauty is going to get added to the store as well. Should be put into this month's distribution. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to pick up to the stems I've created. So I want to try. You can see I'm trying to minimise the number of uprights, and we're going to branch off and tree off from these ones. And Rich will tell you how easily these things will remove. They should come off like butter. That's the plan, at least. Now the other thing is, I'm being very careful here, because what I've got to try and achieve, what I've got to try and do, is I don't want any intersecting support. So everything I've done at the moment is on the outside of the model. So you remove this tree and it's going to free up the loincloth. You remove this tree, it's going to free it up. Nothing is crossing through, nothing is picking up from another side. If you do auto supports, what you'll find is you'll have a support that starts here, then runs through the leg and then picks up the back of the tail or something like that. So fair play, same wavelength mate is what it is. Right, now this hasn't picked up as an island, but I do know from experience we'll tend to get a fail where you get to this kind of point where you've got an overhang. So I'm just going to put a few supports in here just to pick up the leg. Just help that along. Another one there, I think, just on the knee, just to make sure we've got it. And again, this is where I'm talking about structural support. So these are the ones where we want to make sure that the masses are supported, and you won't get that from the island detector. Unfortunately, there isn't a function for that. Auto supports will have a good go at it, but auto supports leaves a real mess. So if you do use auto supports, what you'll have to do is basically spend a lot of time doing cleanup afterwards. So if you can get into the habit of using the islands for it, and then just adding to like bulks. So this forearm, for example, I know this forearm is going to need multiple supports along its length, because it's a big solid mass it's going to have to print. So once I've done all of the islands, what will happen is when all the islands have been picked up and completed, we're going to have a yellow and orange checked grid appear on the overhangs of the model. So any area that is basically facing downwards, and those areas are where we're going to need to go and look and make sure we've got enough support to avoid any flat spots. Okay. So I'm going to pick up there. Oh, that's an arsehole, look at that. A lot of spots there, I could have done without that. That's what happens when you add texture to models. How dare they? What happened there? Probably, mate. Otherwise, we're going to end up with flats on the underside of the thing. But to be honest, that because I'm using the medium supports, they'll just pluck off anyway. It won't. There's enough space between them that it's not going to create kind of a solid wall. And for what it's worth, I mean, if there were smaller horns, if this was like a beastman or something like that, I'd be using lights for this. Because light supports would do that fine, do you know what I mean? But sometimes I can just drop a support in like that, and I haven't really thought about where it's going to pair to, but I need to see where the support's going to go. And now that having seen it, I'm going to try and drop it onto the top of this one here. That work? Yeah, that's fine. Sometimes, for whatever reason, they don't actually attach to certain supports, and I don't know what the reason is for that. Yeah, I think it's good practice, Rich, when you're doing your lychee supports. It is good practice to try and get as many of them as possible. I mean, if you're going to be printing at higher resolutions, lower resolutions, like 50 microns or whatever, you can probably get away with not using real accuracy for your search. You can probably get away with doing like, maybe a medium level, and that'll give you enough to print. Or if you're doing smaller scale models, like 15, 20 mil. Yeah. Anytime the supports go like red or orange or whatever colour you want to call it just means that they're colliding with the model. Like the support is too close. There's a proximity collision detector on it. Right, these teeth, they're going to be light supports. I don't want to be pulling all the teeth off when I try and remove the supports. It's super light actually, 8.18. Oh, I've got a mess in the mouth here, so yeah, the new Frozen one looks good. Oh, do you know what? It's been a long time since I've used Chitu Box. But if you're going to be doing a lot of supports, if you're doing stuff for stuff that you're going to be releasing, I would absolutely recommend Lychee. I don't think the Lychee free version is that usable for doing supports in, from what I've seen. I think you need to use the pro version. I mean, it's only about £40 a year, so it's not the end of the world. So if you're doing a lot of it, it's well worth the money. You know what I mean? But the good thing with providing supports in Lychee, and one of the reasons I do it is like, so I sculpt all my models in 32mm scale. But I know there's a lot of people out there who play D&D who have got models that are 28mm because they bought from like companies like Reaper or you know, other Patreons or whatever else where they're getting them in smaller scale. But I like to sculpt in 32mm. But by providing the supports in Lychee, what happens is the supports are editable. Even in the free version, they're editable. So if I give you this file, what you can do is you can take this model and go, I like it, but actually I want it to be 40mm tall and use it as a demon champion rather than as a pit fiend. So you can rescale this model to 40mm, and then all the supports, you just select them all and press Alt and R, and they'll recalculate and they'll reposition themselves. So all the support tips are all where they need to be, all the islands are picked up, and you can just print it and it's easy. Whereas if I give you a model in Chitu Box, I don't believe you can do that. It looks like the remaining islands are all probably here, back of the head. Let's put one here. Yeah, you can do the resizing and stuff in there, but you can't do this bit where you can kind of position the nodes and stuff. That's a function of the pro version, that one is. Oh, I missed that island then. So a few left here, so it says 6 islands. Right, so I can't see the remaining 3 that are left, so I'm just going to click show. There's one. Pick that up and put it on there. Next one I'm going to go and click show again. Right, this one, it's a little bit more obscured and they've shown it as a little grey dot. You see that thing? Don't know why they do that sometimes. And then final one, where are you? There you are. Right, now these supports, I prefer these when you can get them. If you've got to do an interconnecting support within the model, this is the best way of doing it, rather than using the mini supports. Just because this one gives you like a little knuckle that you can kind of grab onto and like pull off, and it'll just pluck it free. Whereas with the small ones that are like these little skinny ones, you have to cut them at both ends. They won't just kind of pull apart. They won't come free. Not on their own. Can I do that without? No. Set it back to a mini support. Medium mini. Right, now I need to do a nuisance task, because where we've got this grid, this is where we need to make sure we've got some support coverage. So on a grid like this, you want to go every 2 squares probably for a large mass. Try and pick up the corners where you can. Right, so start there. We're going to go in a grid fashion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these in, and then I'm going to parent them up. Hey, Rosie. See you in a bit, Rich. How was the party, mate? You survived, clearly. Thank you, Bunker. You are correct, I haven't saved this at all, have I? There we go. Was it worth the couple of hours drive, was it, mate? Ooh. I don't know, Bunker, to be honest, mate. I mean, it's a pain in the arse if I have to redo it, do you know what I mean? But the thing I would say is, I don't want to jinx this now, but Lychee's not quite as prone to crashing as ZBrush. So it's probably not quite such a drama. Okay, so now we've got this like forest of supports at the bottom. What I would tend to do with this is I'll just take a few like in close proximity. You don't want to stretch them too far, you know what I mean? But So I'm holding Alt here as I grab the bottom of the support, and that allows me to like reposition it and place it somewhere. Yeah, I don't know if I'm a better driver or if Lychee's just a better passenger. Lychee's more chill, that's what it is. You go for it, mate. I need to do mine again. I only did it the weekend and the grass seems to have grown like 6 inches or something like that over the last few days. It's crazy. It's almost like it's enjoying the sunshine or something. You don't need to do this, by the way. What this is doing, this is helping to conserve a little bit of resin, and it's going to aid with support removal. Because rather than having to try and separate every individual stem, you can kind of just get focused in on the like the cluster. You can just basically grab the base of a cluster and give it a pull, and it's just going to go and detach. There were so many opportunities then for like filthy sounding euphemisms. But I'm proud of myself, I refrained. Yes, mate, I did. Yeah, all the washing up got done. Also discovered that pie and mash is amongst the kids' favourite dinners, apparently, now. But then again, who doesn't love a pie and mash, eh? I thought I was in ropey territory a little bit with Willow, because she's quite fussy about gravies and stuff usually. She likes like the plain, what we call it, besto was it, or quickso, or whatever the Aldi one is. She likes the plain gravies. And normally when I make something that's a little bit more, you know, if I'm doing pork, I'll do like an apple one, or an apple gravy or something like that. So when I do something like that, she's less keen on them. And last night I made the pie. Went to go and get the gravy out of the cupboard. No gravy granules. We've run out, and I'm like, ah, no. So I had to make it with stock cube. So we've got a beef stock cube. Chucked it into the pan. Added my water. Thought this looks a bit pallid. This does. It's not very appealing gravy. So I bought some Vegemite. To try it out and see how different it was to Marmite. It's not. It's pretty much the same thing. So I put half a spoon of Vegemite in the gravy. It's like a browner to enrich it a little bit as well. And I thought, this is going to go badly. she's going to like kick off about this. She bloody loved it. Oh, and a bit of soy sauce as well. I put a bit of dark soy sauce in there to again give it a bit of depth of colour, so the gravy looked a bit more appealing. And I thickened it all up with some corn flour. But it went down an absolute storm. But Willow's at that. She's like one of them funny stages at the moment where she's picky about what she eats, and she'll eat some things and one day, and then like the next time you try and give it to her, she doesn't like it anymore, or something she didn't like, she'll suddenly start stealing off your plate because she's now decided she does like it again. Yeah, if one kid eats all the pies and one eats the inside. Fair enough. That was like me and my sister when we were kids. I used to eat the egg white and she used to eat the egg yolks. So between us, we'd each get what we wanted. We just had to split and share. Here's a question for you then, Bunker. If you could only eat the pastry or the filling, which one would you go for? Do you know what? I'm with you there, mate. Actually, unless the filling was absolutely exceptional, I would always be gunning for the pastry. I think. That bloody hell's going on here? Get back here! Stop playing silly buggers. I'm too far the wrong way. Sort yourself out. That was me trying to parent one to another and it not working very well. I had to do some silly business to make it work. Okay, so it looks quite busy with supports, but hopefully you can see that I've kept them all in clumps. I'm leading them all into the same kind of direction so they can be pulled free. So basically from the back here now, what I'll do is I'll grab the arm there, I'll separate that one off. I'm going to thicken that diameter up a bit. There's 1.2 for that one, and again for that. Anything that's doing a long run, bear in mind it's a tall model, I want them to be a bit thicker so there's a bit more heft to the support. Short ones are fine, they can stay small, I'm happy with that. But anything that's going to be a little bit larger, like that one and that one. Sorry, anything that's doing a longer run is going to have to be a bit larger. Okay, so that's under the arm. There we go. You're talking about a tin pie, mate. You're on about like a Frey Bentos type jobby or... You're about like a pucker pie or what? I haven't had a Frey Bentos tin pie in ages. I quite enjoy them though. Well, that should be enough for this mass to self-support and get out. Alright. I'm going to run a few across here as well, because although it's not actually flagging up as islands, there's a whole weight of the torso that is here needing to be supported. Oh yeah, absolutely. Mr. Brains, definitely. I always have them if I have not Mr. Brains ones, but I have normal faggots if I go to a restaurant and they've got them, because I've had them a few times now. I know it's like offally and whatever else, but they have like bacon in them and stuff like that. Like if you have like proper fresh made ones, they're amazing sometimes. They're done right. Right, so this is the point where I'm trying to strike a balance between making sure everything is properly supported and making sure it's not over supported. If it's over supported, you're going to really make your life difficult and potentially end up damaging a model, which obviously we don't want to be doing. If it's under supported, it's just going to fail, and if this fails, that's a lot of waste resin, so we don't really want to fail either. So bear in mind, these are not flagged by the island detector. These are extra supports I'm adding because I know they're going to be needed. So this is applying a little bit of experience to the supports now. I'll tell you one of my real guilty pleasure foods from when I was a kid. It's super noodles and meatballs. You know, like your cheap packet ramen kind of noodles. So super noodles or the, you know, I'm not even brand loyal on this, but they can be any noodles. Barbecue or bacon flavour, I think, preferably. And then they're served with tinned meatballs in tomato sauce. So, like with Campbell's ones, or we have Bramwell ones from Aldi now. But our super noodles and meatballs with tomato sauce is just the best, man. Chuck a bit of sweet corn in the noodles when they're cooking as well. Very good, AD. I don't know what I've got. Yeah, so I've got a few packs of they're not super noodles, but I've been buying these. They're like an Asian type one, and they have like chili oil and like chili paste stuff in there. It's really nice. So I think they're called soba noodles. the brand is called soba noodles. They're not actual. Oh, that might be them. You get it in like a little red pot, like a pot noodle sometimes, but I've got them as like an actual packet noodle. There's a they're like Japanesey type ones. Yeah, that's it. There's the red one. Yeah, that's the one, mate. That's the one. So it's the red one I've got. The red one's my favourite. I tried the blue the other day as well. The blue was all right. It wasn't. Don't think I'll go back for the blue one again. But the red one, absolutely, definitely is the nuts, man. But it's like ferociously spicy as well. So it's like if you had the packet one's not too bad, but when you have the pot noodle one, they give you a little packet of seasoning, a little spiky one, a little spicy packet. You like buying the red, but then it disappoints you. I just like the flavour of the sauce in it. I do. What disappoints you about them? I mean, apart from the price, they're bloody expensive for pot noodle type things. The yellow one. Oh, do you know what? I've not tried the yellow one. I've not seen the yellow one actually. The local shop I normally buy it from, it's like our little corner shop down the road, one stop. And they only ever do the red. I'll have to give the yellow a try. But yeah, man, super noodles and meatballs. That was like, I lived on that as a student. My mum always used to laugh because she said like it was like it only cost her £1 a day to feed me or something like that because of like the noodles and the meatballs were both cheap at the time. They all seem to be a lot more expensive these days, don't they? Everything. Okay, right. Oh no, actually, there. Let's get a few on the back of the leg because that's. Again, on a smaller model, I wouldn't necessarily bother because this is such a hefty unit. I think she's going to need the extra help. So I want to make sure on this one that all these yellow bits have got the extra supports. Okay, I'm happy to call her done actually. Let's save it now. Ah, good stuff. Let's do staff next. I'm not looking forward to this one. So how did it go for you, Aidy? So the bottom of this this crescent is obviously the bit that's going to be taking all the hit. So right here, this is my bottom island. So I want to get a good few in there. So this is my anchor. So this is more like engineering than sculpting, I suppose, isn't it? This whole process. I'm sure you could mathematically calculate everything you were trying to get done. Let's have a little gander at that then. Oh, nice. Seven or 8 hours away. You say this is for a video game character, is it, or is this something you're looking at turning into a model? Oh, guys, let me just pause this. I've got the wife on the phone. She must be stuck with something. Let me just mute you a sec. Sorry guys, having a bit of issues getting onto our web store just, but I'd uploaded a load of extra security measures and since I did last logged in. Oops. And forgot to tell her. Okay. So the base of this now, I think it's pretty well supported. So when you say real-time model, you talk about something you're going to be 3D printing and like putting on a tabletop, or you talking you want it to be realistic and you're using it as a CG model? That was a mistake in retrospect. So with these kind of things here, I'll go for the middle one first and I'll try and parent it on either side. Like that. This one I think I'm going to put a few... So you can slam them all. You can either parent them on the fly and do them as you go, or you can put things in where you want them to go and then just pick up and move them all as you go dynamically. If you don't know where you want to put them or where they're best placed, you can leave them and put them in later. Right, now here, on something like this where it's like quite a large mass, I always tend to try and, like, again, do a fairly kind of tight line like this on that seam, and then make sure that corner's reinforced as much as you can. That corner is, that's core island, that one is. So we're going to go this way again, same way. And we're also going to go straight up this corner. can put that as a hack. So basically it's a support to get rid of an island that doesn't need to be really addressed. There's a couple over here. Okay, right, that is done. Not sure that's going to need it, but it can't hurt. I'm trying to weigh up whether I need more support around these. They're not on an overhang, as you can see, but there are a few areas that are overhanging, so I think I'm going to just pop supports in those bits. The checkered platinum bunkers just it gives you a kind of an idea of scale on the model, and it just shows you where the overhangs are. So it's not necessarily that it's potential like viable placement points. You can put a support anywhere. I could put them on the vertical sides of things just to make sure you're holding things straight. But it depends whether you think you need it or not. The overhanging areas are basically areas that are is it a less than a 45-degree angle or more than a 45-degree angle? Basically they're closer to horizontal than they are to vertical. So those areas are potentially areas that you need to put a support into to make sure it doesn't fall down and flatten out. But they're not always necessarily places that are going to fail. You'll notice, by the way, I'm not hollowing this. I never hollow. So I've got most of the rim of the model now is supported. So it should stop any kind of like should stop any sagging, it should stop any kind of like softening of the details. So what can happen is when you get a large, heavy, flat surface, it can be prone to like stepping, so like it'll just skip a layer, or you'll end up with like a ridge line through it, a layer shift. And that usually happens because the supports that are holding it here are a bit too thin. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump the diameter up of the core of the supports, the main vertical uprights. Okay, so they've got a little bit of extra thickness to help them on the way up. And I don't normally do this, but what I might do is between that one and that one, I might add some bracings. I should remember how to do braces now. There is an auto bracings function. I just can't remember what it is. Not something I use. You find Lighty will do this like on its own with the supports, the bracings and stuff, but what it will do is it will weave them through the model and stuff, and again it will cause issues with its placement choice. You don't need to do this on any of the lower ones. But all it means is basically if there's a bit of a wobble down here, it will pick it back up again up here. Okay, so fairly happy with that. Save again. Got the shoulder pad now, this should be a nice easy one. Just 3 actual islands on it. There we go. So I'm just going to run supports around the inside line here. Well, that should be enough. Easy one. Right, the wings. These will be fun. wish it would print with that. So technically that's all of the islands. That should be all it needs to print. However, we know that's not the case. Add a few around there. I'm going to go around here. A couple there as well. The spike tip is the bit we've got to reinforce because this is the thing that's taking all of the weight at the bottom of the wing. Right, that's the bottom of the wing supported. Now the problem is these things are so big and bulky, they're probably going to need a few anchors further up. So I'm going to put one there. So that gives us some support for the top of the wing. I'd like to think that might be about enough now. Ah, yeah, let's get that bit. Okay, I'm going to call that done on that wing. Oh. Work is pain. And then the last one. So we'll do exactly the same again on this one, so do that. Give them a couple of that wasn't going to work then. I don't know why I even tried. Copy and paste. Unfortunately, mate, they're on opposite sides as well, so you can't. If as silly as it sounds, I probably could have, if I was a bit clever about it. I probably could have actually just used one wing, just made one wing, duplicated it, and then flipped it. That'd have been a smart thing to do, but I didn't do it. So. In retrospect, now what I could have done is, let's say, supported one of them and then just mirrored it. But they've got different connections to the body already at the moment because of the way I sculpted it. Well, not the sculpting actually, the booleaning and the removal process. So I shot myself in the foot. Hey Ross, how you doing, mate? I'm not doing the auto supports. If it was just for me, different case entirely. But this is like the pro stuff. This is what we're supplying to customers. So I've got to make sure it's done properly. I'm not going to do it, Ross. Can't make me. Yeah, but the problem is, mate, is when I do this, when I do the models, when I do this, what I want to achieve is I want to get all of the supports off like beautifully easily, and just like minimise the pain of cleanup. And if I do auto supports, I'm going to spend as long trying to clean up the auto supports. Hey, I'll send you the link over, matey. In fact, you know what? I'll go pop it in my Discord chat. There you go, mate. It's nice and chill, isn't it? We do have a Discord ID. In fact, Bunker, if you would like to do the honours, you can join in there, mate. You can come and sign up and post your work, share your links, all that kind of jazz. There we go. There is the link. So there we go, that's all of the official islands done. So we're back to just doing the anchors now. Little cluster there. Do a little cluster here. Might put one there as well just to hold that. Another little cluster. So this is set up for a Sonic Mini 4K. So that would be the basic thing I would always try and get everything printed for, because I think obviously if you start sizing everything up for like a Saturn or whatever, or a Sonic Mighty or those kinds of larger printers, not everybody's got access to them. So I always try and sculpt and cut the models up so they can be printed on a 5.5 or 6-inch printer. So 5.5 would be like your original Mars. Later editions of things have used the 6-inch format. Yeah, it was different then. The standards were lower. It's like when you start looking at printers from a long time ago, they were like 2K RGB screens. The standard across the board at the moment seems to be like the 4K. The 4K is fantastic if you go for a smaller one. I think you've got to be mindful of when you're looking at printers. I mean, Fohammer on Facebook is in the chat as well, but you guys can't see him because he's on the other platform. If you check out the Fohammer YouTube channel, he does all these like 3D printer reviews and stuff, and he'll tell you all about what's good and what's not. But for the most part, I mean, Sonic Mini 4K is like for me, it's like I want to say it's the standard. It's the standard you should kind of be aiming for. It's not necessarily the standard everybody will be using because people are using different printers, but in terms of the quality, so you've got like a 35 micron pixel resolution on it, and that's kind of the minimum I would expect for any kind of like professional grade printing. So when people talk about 4K and an 8K printer, the build plate is important in context, because the build plate on a 4K resolution 6-inch build plate has a much lower print quality than a 4K 6-inch build plate. So a 10-inch build plate is spreading the 4K pixels across a 10-inch area, across double the space, which means the resolution is actually half. So an 8K 10-inch is typically around about a 4K 10-inch is around about 50 odd micron pixel resolution. Good man. Don't forget to follow Ross. So you've got a 4K pixel resolution on a 10-inch is about 50 micron resolution on the pixels. There you go. And a 4K 6-inch is around about 35. There you go. And as Ross says, an 8K is about 28. So, but anything lower than 35 is a flex. You don't really need, bloody hell, 12K. Who's doing a 12K 10-inch, Ross? Yeah, there you go. Cheers, Bunker. Yeah, check out that link if you want some 3D printing info, because Ross is the man. Why have they done it, man? Why do you need a 12K 10-inch? Nobody needs that. It is just, we're in flex territory now, aren't we? They need to stop trying to get like smaller pixels, because anything lower than 35 you can't deal with anyway. Yeah, they are, man. They are cheap now. Super cheap. Your resin's like the resin I use, the Frozen Aqua 4K. It's got a good amount of flex with it. It does fantastic detail pickup, and it's 45 quid a litre. So up the speed. Speed's the critical one. I mean, you were saying about, is it the N3? Is it Ross that does the? It's got the heater and the super fast kind of print time. I mean, that's what I want to see getting better. Really, is the well, you know, if you're going to be cranking them out, you might as well do it in stylo. Yeah, I think we're at a point now where I think printers need to be. They need to be included in like the little things like the monitoring cameras, some kind of like notification that your print's failed would be brilliant, but I don't even know if that's possible. Yeah, I saw that one, mate. Can you not just slow it down though? Can you not make it slow? It's not the fast lift speed, it's the faster cure speed, isn't it, that you want? Like, I don't mind the lift thing taking time, but did you ever try the? I can't remember if we discussed this or not. If you looked at it, but there was one called the milkshake 3D. It was by a company called Orbi Labs, and I don't know if they've done anything since, but it worked backwards to what you'd normally see. Fantastic printer. But we're going back to when I bought my a Sega Pico, which was like, that was going back to 2016ish. So it was a good. Do you know what, let me find a let me find it, because I've got to show you this. Don't even know if they're still around. Oh yeah, here we go. Right, so this company made this printer. This is like a nearly 10-year-old printer, I suppose now. But they do. Oh, I think they've changed it. I mean, you can see this is the problem with it. So you can change the thing. It uses a projector from the top of the printer, like shooting down. Oh, thanks for the sub, Ross. It projects from the top down onto a bed of resin. So the build plate actually sits underneath the resin in this one, and then the projector projects downwards and cures the resin, the very top layer of the resin. And then there's a little wiper comes across to level it back out again. The build plate descends and it cures the next layer. But obviously you're dealing with 50 micron pixel resolution, which again, I suppose it's what a lot of people print at these days anyway. But it's not up to date with the current 8K expectations and stuff, you know. And basically you can adjust the height of the projector, so the closer you are, the more concentrated it gets. The further away you are, the less concentrated it is, but the bigger the print area. Okay, so 35 micron. 35 micron is fine for models, because basically if it's smaller than 35 micron, you might be able to print it, but you can't paint it. And the difference between the 35 micron and the 25 micron, I mean, Ross will probably chip in here now, but in terms of physically with the eye, you're not going to like really notice the difference. So yeah. Yeah, so a 35 micron printer like the Sonic Mini 4K is like about 350 quid, give or take. And if you're printing miniatures, realistically it's the best you're ever going to need. If you kind of turn around and get the Sonic Mini 8K, I mean, Ross is a fan. I know he likes it. He's done a few videos about it now. It's a good printer. It prints nice. It prints sharp. It prints crisp and everything else. But is it like pound for pound in terms of like the value, the actual money you're paying out? do you get a huge boost in quality for the extra money you pay? And you've got to remember as well that you've got things like the screen is a consumable. You've got to replace the screen at various points as well. So, say you replace the screen on your printer because you've screwed up and broke it, or it's just got dead pixels or whatever. The cost of replacing an 8K screen versus replacing a 4K equivalent is going to be a lot more. So you've always got to kind of like, you know, to weigh that up. Now the thing I want to show you with this one, here it is. So this is what happens in the side view on this Orbulabs one. So you can see the light, the projection's coming from the top, the build plate descends. So the model's printing from the top down. You're not going to get failures in the same way. But the best bit of this printer, which, there you go, that's how it works. The best bit about this printer is, and there's no video of it annoyingly, the opposite of this. So once the print's complete, it rises back out of the resin vats like liquid metal Terminator. So it's brilliant. But it uses, you actually have to use, you fill the tank with saline. It's what's called milkshake. You fill it with a saline solution, and then you pour this, like, it's a sesame based resin that you pour over the top, and the resin's got a lower density than the saline solution, so it floats on the top of it. So you don't actually have to, you might have like a 10 litre tank, but you only actually need to put like a litre of resin in there, and then you can fill like 9 litres of saline. It's a very clever design. I can see why it didn't catch on because of this tank issue. But that, if you're there for the reveal at the end of the print, it's well worth it. Let's catch up, Ross. Let's see what you're saying. So, if you're smaller than 50 micron, you could do with specialist resins. Yeah. Below 35 micron, you need high quality detail resins, which is typically quite brittle. Yes, for gameplay pieces, you need resin with some flex anyway, which is less detail. If you want ultimate display, you'll see slight difference below 35 millimeters, 35 microns, but it's slight. New printers are so fast, and no, you can't slow them. So for the high detail resins, you need to overexpose so it doesn't tear from the plate. Ouch, that pains me, that does me. And yeah, if you're overexposing, you lose detail, which makes a fast 19 micron printer worse than a 35 micron. Yeah, agreed, totally agreed. Yeah, for figurines, I mean, even what you got to remember though is if you're printing, if you're still going to be painting the model, there's certain superficial, like tiny little details you can put into a print. You can put into a sculpt, you can put into a model that you are not even going to be physically able to print. Sorry, paint, not print. Sorry. So if you paint the model, it's a redundancy, if you know what I mean. But I can't think of many situations where you would sculpt a model, print the model, and then not paint it, unless you just, like, you know, Ross, who's a printaholic, and there's no way he's going to be painting everything he prints. Have you painted anything in a while, Ross? Yeah, Ross. Do you know what? If you jump on our Discord server, if you want to post you've got your affiliate links, haven't you, for the frozen printers and stuff? If you want to drop them into our Discord server, it might be useful for people to kind of have a look if they wanted to pick up anything. You try brush the model. Oh, I love it. I did a painting competition years ago when I was when I first did my Patreon, and my mate Alex, he's the yeah, I'm going to be there, mate. I'm going to be there with SPG editions. I'll be putting up details on the website soon, but I'm there on Friday and Saturday. I'll be there Thursday for setup, but I'll be there Friday and Saturday as well. I only live around the corner from it, don't I? I'm like literally on the doorstep for me. So Oh, guys, I'm just going to have to put you on a BRB so I can just pop to the loo and grab myself a coffee, okay? So, do not go away. There's my website. Have a little peruse and a browse. Oh, nice one, mate. You get back from Cost Saturday morning. Ross, I tell you what, mate. If you need if you need to stay, if you want to stay over, if you need to charge your car and all that kind of jazz, you are more than welcome to come and stay at ours. I can put the spare room up for you. Alright, I'm gonna jump off for a second. I won't be too long, guys. Yeah, no worries, mate. Alcohol, always. Guys, don't go away. I'll be back shortly, okay? Have a little browse on the web stop, and I think Bunker's just put a 25% discount code in the chat there, so you can go in and get yourself some bargains to keep my printer busy. Of course, Rosie, always, mate. Right, guys, I'll be back in a minute. Don't go away. Right, we're back now, guys. I love the competition. Right, so I need to change the thing. Right, try the link again, AD. If you want to go to the website, just remove the www dot. I don't know why the www bit is causing a bit of an issue. Oh, Bunker beat me to it. Do you know what? I don't know if it's the discount code or the URL that gives you the affiliate kind of payouts. Ross, did you register on the affiliates program in the end? I think it's the link. I think it's the URL that gets tracked, not the code. Because I think they can come to the web. They can come using the. Well, actually, do you know what? It probably is the code. Because I think that URL just includes the code natively. Right, so Lucille is complete and done. All 4 parts of this big mama are ready to rock. 5 parts rather, sorry. So I'll be saving that and exporting that and uploading it today. And now we're going to get onto Traxigor. Right, so we've got the there it is. Give me a little sculpty glove. Okay, so oh, do you know what? Guys, give me a second. Right, I've got a delivery. I think I've got to go and pick it up. And I was disappointed. It wasn't even my resin. It was Chris's banners for UK Games Expo. Okay, it's alright. So let's get this into edit mode. So Traxigor is the character we're going to make now, and he is a human mage who's been polymorphed permanently into an otter. So it's basically a cute little otter wizard with a cassock, which is kind of a long shirt, like a priest would wear, the long roby type thing. And I might give him a little pair of glasses. Just find my reference images for a little otter. There we go. Little otter with a stick. I did, mate. I did. I saw. Yep, 93 years old. He's kicked the bucket. Unfortunately, despite all of the kind of the past kind of fond memories you may have of him, the overriding one anybody's going to have is the bad stuff, isn't it? I didn't realise he got all these OBEs and MBEs and all this kind of stuff, hadn't he? He was like entitled to the eyeballs and stuff, and then what do you call it? When he got convicted, they revoked all of his titles and stuff, all his awards. Okay, so the human is for scale. I'm not using the human as a base mesh in this case. So merge down. You got harried. You lost me there with that one, matey. You got jimmied, I think, didn't they? So. Oh, right, you mean he's kind of yeah, but Prince Harry wasn't a pedo, that was that's the only thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? When you're convicted of abusing children and stuff like that, and young kids and stuff, it's takes the shine out of it all. But I think I'll go back knee high for him. Andrew. No, I know that was Andrew, but I mean, we're talking about Rolf, aren't we? Oh God! I'd say that needs to go in the dad jokes section, but I think it's a bit close to the bone, isn't it? God. You're on a roll with them now, matey. Go on then, Bunker, if you want it, mate. I think you should be able to do it. Okay, so what are they dolls of? Oh, those ones. The GWs. They dropped that mascot ages ago, didn't they? If I remember right. No, I haven't seen any news on that subject in years now. The police turned up to do it. God. They've not got better things to do. What's the logic behind the fine there? I didn't think it was illegal, was it? Cheers, bunker. Yeah, I didn't think they were illegal to have. I know they were in bad taste and whatever, but I didn't think it was illegal to own them. I mean, unless they were like, you know, using them to incite hatred or something like that. But surely that's got to be a bit of a far stretch, hasn't it, for dolls? Right, I'm going to do him with one hand on a little walking, like a wizard's cane. Now I believe this guy, I can't remember if he has a tuning fork or he's talking about it or looking for it, but something about me is thinking I should be putting a tuning fork in his hand. So we do want the tuning fork. It's an otter, mate. So it's basically in Descent into Avernus. There's a wizard called Traxigor, and you get sent to go and meet him. And when you arrive, this is him. Basically, he's been polymorphed into an otter via a spell that went wrong. So he's now permanently stuck as an otter. Which I just quite like. So you guys all going to be going to a UK Games Expo or? You mean Tarka's in the Tarka Trail down in the down in Devon? Yeah, it's first, second, third, and fourth. Well, second, third, and fourth of June. Yeah, I know that feeling. Just about get time to get out to Chilcon. Yeah, I think a lot of people who go to UK Games Expo go for like meetups and stuff like that, don't they? I know Mike Moans is doing a Games Expo meetup. So I'm hoping to kind of like meet up with him there. But annoyingly, everybody's coming in on Saturday for like meetups and stuff like that. I'm gonna be working there on the Saturday. No, he's a little otter. He's a slim amount of touch. Fatten him up at the bottom, skinny him up at the top. He looks a bit like a weasel, doesn't he? I'll teach you whatever you want to know, Bunker. Right. That's it. Rosie gets the banhammer. I'll tell you what, guys. I'll have a quick chat to you about Crystal Collapse. I was chatting to Max about it this morning. How to win the lottery. If I knew that one, I'd be a millionaire myself. Yeah, guys, Crystal Collapse, right? So, we're talking about restyling it and adding some extra aspects and stuff, so we want to make it more like JRPG. That's the plan. Yeah, people buy them. The thing is, so this model, right? What I've done is there's a D&D campaign book called Descent into Avernus. So Descent into Avernus is it's a campaign set across different areas, different like regions in the world, and there's different encounters in there, and some of the encounters are enemy encounters, and some of them are like NPCs. And this character I'm sculpting now is actually one of the NPCs from the game. So he's a human wizard who, I believe, at some point screwed up a spell that polymorphed him into an otter, and now he's stuck as an otter. Or he just liked being an otter and couldn't be bothered to change himself back, I forget. But yeah, basically he's an otter anyway. So he's an NPC for a very specific campaign. But because he's a character in the world, he may appear in other campaigns as well. He's an NPC wizard, so there's no reason I wouldn't have used him again. So anybody who's running Descent into Avernus is going to need the models for the NPCs at least. But what I did was I went through from the beginning of the campaign through till I'm about halfway through, two-thirds of the way through. It's taken me 1.5 years to do it. I've created all of the encounters, so all of the NPCs, all of the monster encounters and the bad guys that you have to fight. Everything from the beginning up until this point in the game now, I've already done. So by bundling them together sorry, I haven't bundled them together yet. My plan is I'm gonna do them all individually, and then when everything is ready and all assembled, I'm gonna put it together as a Descent into Avernus bundle for people to buy. So there's a lot of work involved, but it means that people can actually play the campaign using a consistent thing. Now again, we were talking about copyright yesterday. So D&D is a bit of a funny one, right? So D&D allow usage of their IP under what's it called now? The open license agreement, the open license thing. It's been a bit of contention around it lately because there's they tried to like pull the license and change the parameters in there and stuff, and there was a whole point where pretty much the whole community boycotted D&D, and they were looking like they were going down. So they're happy for you to use the D&D IP. They're happy for you to do that kind of stuff. They don't like you making money out of it. But ultimately, doing things like this kind of helps sustain their business as well. Their core business is the books, obviously. Now, for me, as we were talking about the whole IP thing yesterday, what I'm going by here is a verbal, like a written description, and the written description is an otter wearing a cassock or cassock, and that's it. So all I'm doing is making an otter mage, really. It's my own design, it's my own interpretation of it. Yeah, kind of, I suppose. So yeah, so everything I've sculpted has all been my own design. So even if, I'm sculpting them to represent a character in the game, but nobody is. I'm not using any kind of official artwork or anything like that for it. And there's hundreds of people out there doing the same thing, like making their thing. So if D&D try and they want to shut it down, they're going to be dealing with a lot of people, and some of them are using like official artwork and stuff, which is obviously that's where you start getting into risky business and risky territory. For me, it's proxies, do you know what I mean? So I design it in my own style, and then ultimately we can shoe this into like a homebrew created world, and they become part of a different universe, a different world, and whatever else, and there's nothing to do with D&D then, and can still carry on releasing them. So I think the key is not using not using official artworks and stuff, and just keeping your nose clean on that front. And then obviously everything being in a consistent style then is of an appeal to people. Yeah, it's a tricky kind of because you get a lot of people kind of make models that are compatible for Warhammer. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Crystal Collapse. So yeah, we were talking about Crystal Collapse. Sorry, me and Max have been chatting about it, and we've redesigned the game a little bit. So I've got to have a little play with of like the new version with Max before we release it. But what we were talking about is like we're making it more JRPG, so we're changing the aesthetic up, so it's got more of a kind of a, it matches more like things like Genshin Impact and things like that, right? So it'll have that kind of proper JRPG vibe, Tales of Vesperia, that kind of thing. Trying to get this little bugger's nose right. So yeah, so we're going to include a few unusual mechanics, and I just wanted to run it by you and see what you guys think about it. So the first one is, I'm guessing you guys have played things like Genshin Impact and like Guardian's Tales and those kinds of games, where you randomly draw your characters, yeah. So you get tickets or whatever it is for a kind of a draw, and then that will lead you to have a selection of characters, and amongst those characters you might have a rare one or whatever, yeah. Those kinds of things. So we're looking at including a similar kind of system, but we want to kind of do it also where there will be like one-shot opportunities, so you can just, you know, play it with a pre-formed band. But the way we want to start the game is we give you a kind of a starting warband configuration. So yeah, so we give you a starting configuration, so you'll have like, say, three players in your team. You'll have three team members as a standard. So you'll have maybe, say we give you a fighter, a wizard and a cleric. That'll be your starting configuration, option one. Second option will be like fighter, rogue, ranger or something like that. So we'll give you different things so you can kind of choose which one gels with you the best. And then you'll get, for completing scenarios and completing objectives, you'll win like tickets. And then after the game, when the game's completed, you'll be able to use your tickets to roll on the table for like recruiting new team members. So you'll have a low chance of getting like a legendary character or an epic character and stuff, and you'll get like you'll also have access to like common and uncommon and rare and that kind of stuff, right? So there'll be lots of different levels of character available to you. The characters are going to be generic, so we're not doing named characters. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a warrior or a dragoon or whatever we decide the characters are going to be. The models are going to be modular, so like the what do we call them now? The level up models I did, where they have separate modular hands and modular heads. So the models will be modular, so you'll be able to kind of have, you know, your choice of heads and hands and whatever else to kind of, you know, customize your models. And we're going to have a lot of like player characters in the game that you can recruit. So you'll be able to get you'll have like a base camp that you'll be building up in the background. So you'll be able to kind of like repurpose one of your heroes to become a blacksmith, for example, or a chef. So as you're recruiting characters, you'll be able to put some into the game, and then that you're going to play with as active characters, and then you'll have others that you're going to use as kind of like camp reinforcement kind of type things. So there'll be the kind of the resource building aspect in the background as part of the campaign. But you will have your you'll have your primary kind of game, and I just want to kind of put the feelers out really and see how you think that's going to work and what kind of things you'd like to see in that game. If that makes sense. Shit, wrong one. Right, another question as well. Do we think this guy should have a wizard's hat, or? Apprentice hat. I think he's supposed to be a proper full-on mage though. Maybe you should have a Rincewind wizard spelt with Z's, 2 Z's. It's twice I've done that now. Well, basically, it's imagine like Mordheim, right, or Necromunda. So you've got your in-game stuff that goes on where you're actually playing on the tabletop. But then you've got your kind of your post-game campaign type of aspects, and it's those bits that we're talking about, I suppose. So recruitment is random. So you'll be recruiting based upon the gacha kind of mechanics that you'd see in like Genshin. So random characters with give me a second. Yeah, so random characters with little bits of.
You stop.
What's that? What was that then?
Started getting ready for bed with soothing sound.
Oh, it was an advert kicking in. Bunker, it didn't do it. I don't know about Lord of the Rings battle companies, but yeah, basically you'll complete a game, you'll get like a draw ticket. Ah, I was delayed. Oh, save it. That's why you didn't do save it. Yeah, so the you'll get a draw ticket for completing a campaign. Whether you complete a campaign or you fail a campaign, you'll get draw tickets. Oh no, it just did a weird glitch on me. It's fine. Normally when ZBrush crashes and dies, it will drop off entirely for me, so. Oh, your ZBrush crashed. Nice. I feel your pain. Have you saved it regular? There you go, Bunker. I'm not the only one on the on ZBrush today, so you need to make sure you're pushing that save it button. See, I've had mine crash before whilst auto-saving. That's just a bloody pain in the ass. Oh yeah, anybody wants to use that save it thing as well. It doesn't have to just be Bunker. I think anybody can use it. That just looks funny. Let's delete all the internal geometry. Delete hidden, close holes. I do soul, yes, every single thing. So basically when the stream's finished today, well, I can't actually test it at the moment because I'm out of resin, I'm waiting on a delivery. But yeah, now that that model's like queued up, it's gonna get printed. Because what happens is I do trade shows occasionally, and I've got the web store as well. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work my way through painting all the models, and obviously painting the models gives me a bit of an appreciation and understanding of where I've got things right and where I've got things wrong. And if I get things wrong, I can either go back and correct them, which I tend not to do, or you can just learn from that and take it forwards with you. So, you know, use them as a learning point and do better on your next attempt, basically. I need some money to pay commission painters. So. To be honest, I enjoy painting them. Is part of the reason I do it. I say my entire background, the reason I got into sculpting in the first place was through a love of painting miniatures. So like, if sculpting's my job, painting's my hobby. I just don't get a lot of hobby time. There you go, Rosie, a dunce cap for the wizard. Yeah, 2 litres is fine. That'll keep you going for a while now. I mean, you get... I think you can probably go on the basis that you're going to probably get about 100 models out of a litre. 60 to 100 models out of a litre, as an average, I would say. So you should be able to get started with that, no problem. Yeah, it is. And this is the thing, I mean, a lot of people kind of complain about the cost of a printer, but then they'll go out and they'll buy Games Workshop models. And by the time you've bought yourself a couple of units of Games Workshop models, you've paid for a 3D printer already. And then your next unit you would buy is like your bottle of resin, or your next character even. You know, that's paid for your next bottle of resin instead, and then you can print, you know, 60 miniatures in your own time as you wish then. So it's kind of, you know, you invest up front and then it's kind of free hobby and after thereafter, do you know what I mean? I mean, we joke about people's piles of shame being infinite now, like, you know, all those unpainted models you used to have sitting on shelves and things, like you bought all these models, you haven't painted them and you've gone out and bought more. And now we're still doing the same thing, except it's digital. It's a digital pile of shame waiting to be printed, and then eventually when you do print it, it's still sat there waiting to be painted for the next decade. Yeah, you want 2 litres of resin, you want a couple of litres of methylated spirits probably is better than isopropyl, just because it smells less. Well, you can use isopropyl. Isopropyl alcohol is the common one that most people use. What people have been using since the start of 3D printing, really. And it's normally not that expensive. It's quite cheap. But during lockdown, when people were making loads of people were using it for making hand gels, hand sanitizer, it became quite hard to get hold of. And I think a lot of people started using methylated spirits then. And it smells less. It hasn't got quite such a strong smell, and it gives you a nice matte finish when it dries on the model, so you don't get that kind of shininess that you can sometimes get with ISO. But you want that, a couple of clip lock Tupperware containers. Yeah, you definitely want to get yourself a Sonic Mini. Do you know what? It's more the smell when it's saturated with alcohol, saturated with resin. I like the smell of isopropyl when it's fresh, but once it starts getting like steeped in resin, it really starts to like smell bad. Then do you know what I mean? That's when you really start getting the offensive smells. It's for cleaning it. So basically, when you get resin, when you get your resin prints, you need to obviously clean them up when they come out of the printer. So they come off the. Oh yeah, mate. But this is proper kind of like it lingers and it mind you like a dog, I suppose. Yeah, point taken. So yeah, basically, when the print comes off the bed, you'll have the models coated. So the UV light will cure the resin, and it'll be solid on the thing, but it's still going to be covered in a layer of wet resin, liquid resin, because it's been in the vat. So when you take the print off, you need to give it a rinse off first. You need to get all the worst of the isopropyl, all of the worst of the resin off the prints. So you put it into one tub, which will be your dirty tub, and all of the worst of the resin is going to clean off and go into there. You let it sit in there for 5 minutes or so. Give it a little bit of a swish around, and then you take it off. Take it out. Sorry. Transfer the models into a second tub, which is a clean tub. Now I use a 3-stage wash, so I use a filthy one at the beginning, which gets all the worst off. Then I use a dirty wash, which is the first kind of soak to get any extra residual stuff off. And then I use a final wash, which is the clean one, which is fresh isopropyl, completely clear. And that one is just to make sure the model is as clean as it needs to be. And then you take it out, air dry it, and put it out in sunlight or under a UV light for a little bit to cure up finally. Because when the models come off the 3D printer, they're cured as in they're solid, but they're not at a final state of cure, so they're technically not safe to handle at that point. You have to do a final cure to make sure that they are kind of, done. I'm going to take the glasses off, I think. Don't like them. Now you can get water washable resins as well. So if you use a water washable resin, you just use that instead of isopropyl alcohol. But for what it's worth, I kind of would still use isopropyl for the cleanup. You can also get, if you want resins that smell less and are a bit safer as well, you can get plant-based resins. But I'm never sure about those ones. I've never tried them yet, but standard resin is cheap. Yeah, it's it depends what brand you use. Actually, you can get some real cheap ones. I'm actually doing some experiments at the moment, which I've had to put on pause whilst I get stock ready for the UK Games Expo, because there's a lot of focus, and again, using Ross's channel as an example, Fohammer reviews printers all the time. So Ross gets all these printers in, and he'll kind of use whatever stock resin they give him, whatever he's got available, which tends to be I think he likes to use the 8K, the frozen 8K stuff. But for me, I know that the resin is equally as important as the printer itself in terms of the quality you get. So you'll need to do a calibration test. So I would recommend for calibration, go and have a look at, tableflipfoundry.com. He's got a device on there called the Cones of Calibration, which you can download for free. Cones of Calibration, it's a cracking little calibration device. You plonk it in the middle of your build plate, and let me just show you, and it'll help to explain. Here we go. It's a Table Flip Foundry. He's released his auto mixer. That's handy. Here we go. Cones of Calibration. So basically, what you've got here. So you get Puck, the little dragon, as a free miniature when you download the Cones of Calibration. They come together. But yeah, your Cones of Calibration is you've got a row of cones on either side of the block. And then one side says success and the other side says fail. And basically you put your resin in, you put this in the middle of the build plate and you print it. If all of your success side is complete and all of the other side, which is the failure side, if all of the fail side has failed and all of the success side has successfully printed, you've got a perfectly calibrated print. If you have 3 out of the 5 cones have printed, then you're underexposed and you need to boost up your exposure settings a little tiny bit. Hey, Ralston, how you doing, mate? If your failure side has successfully printed, then you're overexposed and you have to reduce your exposure time down a little bit. So you can keep adjusting back and forwards by half a second here and there until you've got this kind of like perfect, a perfect test piece basically. And then that way your resins, your prints are all going to be on point. Now, I'm trying to work out. I've gathered a load of resins in. It's a brilliant tool, and it's idiot proof as well. So a lot of these kind of devices, like if I show you the Amira Labs, because it's a good test. The Amira Labs, what's that? Why has it done that? What's going on? So here we go. The Amira Labs Town. This thing. So this is a very good calibration piece, but it takes a lot of interpretation. All of these little pieces they've created, they've put on here, serve a purpose. And as you go down, you'll see there's all these different things that you've got to look for and you've got to check and you've got to test. And the problem is the results will be different based upon the resin properties. So these little cones, for example, for the most part, you actually don't want these last few rows to print. These front ones you want to print. But as you get into like further back, rows 3, 4 and 5, you kind of start to want the failures there, because otherwise your resins, to get those little thin rods cured, you're gonna have to be really kind of, you know, really pushing your exposure. So there's all these different aspects you need to look for in the print. Now, again, the problem you'll have here is it's quite subjective and it's quite difficult to read. Even with the instructions here, it's quite difficult, and you find that a lot of the times. But the cones of calibration is literally a case of, you know, has this side printed, has this side succeeded, and has this side failed? Yes or no? Adjust up or adjust down accordingly. And if you just want to get printing with miniatures, it's the perfect calibration tool. It's not perfectly calibrated, if that makes sense. There's still other things you've got to look for, but at least you know your models are going to print and your supports will work. Like if you calibrate your printer using that, everything I provide you with like pre-supports will work. Because my supports are all done within the tolerances that system uses anyway. Okay. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, what I was saying beforehand, obviously looking at having to calibrate your resins being as important in the process as the printer itself. So back before we had like the 4K printers, when we were still using like the 2K ones, I was experimenting with different resins to try and get better results. And what I found was the Amira Labs AMD 3, and what is now TGM7, which is, at the time I tried it as a prototype resin and I loved it. Fantastic resins, a little bit on the pricey side, both of them. But what I found was they actually printed on an RGB printer. So like now you're talking 1.5 to 2.5 seconds or so for a layer of exposure usually. On the RGB ones, like the original Mars printer and whatever else, you were probably talking around about between 8 and 12 seconds for a layer. So it's obviously a lot slower back then. Now we've got, like, you know, the mono screens where it just uses on and off pixels, basically, you know, pure black, pure white kind of thing. It's a lot more. I think I've got the resolution a bit too high on this. Yeah, that's better. It doesn't have a head. It's got a whole body and everything else done. Little otter wizard. I was just polishing his clothes. Yeah, he's Traxigor. He's a wizard who's polymorphed into a otter. I can't remember if it was a screw up or if it was a choice thing, but one way or another he's an otter. So. No, not really. This is just a one-off. He's like I say, he's literally just an NPC in the Descent into Avernus campaign. So he's just a one-off, unique NPC character. But the next one I've got to do is a little golden flying elephant. Yep, you heard right, mate. Called Lulu. That'll be the next thing I've got to sculpt. Should have done Lulu ages ago, really, but I just didn't do it. Sounds trippy, doesn't it? Yeah, it's definitely a month of NPCs this month. I know. Oh Lulu. Oh Lulu. I forgot about that. I used to love Harry and Field. And the Fast Show, actually. Get symmetry off now. Rosie, I beat you to it, mate. I did it about 5 seconds ago. But thank you. Hey, how you doing? I mean, I don't know if I'd refer to an otter as sexy. Part of the model. What's the link, AD? Is that your is that what you've been working on? Or is it not? Yeah, I get it. There was a I can't remember what it was now. I was at the NEC and we'd gone so the NEC is a big kind of arena where they used to do Warhammer, not Warhammer Fest, what do you call it, Golden Demon, back in the day. And do loads of gigs and stuff there now, and UK Games Expo's there, just round the corner from where I live. And we used to go, well, we do go there a lot because there's a shopping centre they've put there recently called Resorts World. So we go there for, like, you know, meals and drinks. There's a casino there and loads of other bits and bobs, bowling alley and stuff. And we went there for just general shopping the one day, and there was some like mad furry convention going on at the NEC. And as we were sitting there, kind of like, you know, having a coffee in the Costa, there's like all these people walking past with, like, you know, tails sticking out their arses. Like they were dressed completely normally, other than that, and they got these like random tails, and it was just bizarre. I don't get it. I can't remember what it was called now. I'll just check. Otters do have web feet, don't they, if I remember right? Oh, dude, it was just weird. They were all just such odd people as well. Do you know what I mean? They were like you could, you know, it sounds terrible now, but you know when you see people and you kind of like, they just look peculiar. There's just something, you know, there's just something unusual about them. And then obviously they turn around and they've got a tail hanging out their ass, and you kind of go, yeah, there it is. Cheers, Rosie. What do you mean they all act the same? I have to say it's one subset of community I've never encountered. Apart from like seeing them in passing at the while I was drinking a coffee. So all you can really say is that there's an awful lot of weird people around, aren't there? Fursonas? What's a fursona, man? Uganda Knuckles. Is that like a Ugandan person dressed as Knuckles from Sonic the Hedgehog, or am I missing something? You know a lot about this, Rosie. You're not secretly one of them, are you? Or maybe not secretly. Google it, Elston. Just not on the works computer. So, did he crash again? What? That is not the response I was expecting. You're talking cocoa nibs, or you're talking your pen nibs? For your stylus. Do you use the fibre ones, or they're plastic? Because if they're fibre ones, they're going to smell funky from now on. Ah, right. felt the need to give this guy a little bag, I think. I feel like he needs a satchel. What do you reckon? Oh yeah, I bet the furries love cosplay, don't they? Because it's like, it's an excuse to kind of do their thing and not be judged for it so much. I think people will judge you less because if they think you're a cosplayer than if they think you're a furry. Rosie, you got with a fish head sticking out as a really like random comment now, and I'm. Oh, the bag. Sorry, mate. Yes, I'll put a fish in the bag. Let's do it. God, I'm losing my bloody marbles here. Yeah, you don't even need to say anything, Rose, do you? I've got to be careful there. I've got symmetry turned on, so I could end up drawing all over this by accident. I don't want to. What's that? So on the back, if a furry dressed up in a well, they'd have to dress up. They'd have to dress up in a furry costume first, and then try and wear a normal person costume on top of the furry costume, I think. Then they're cosplaying. It is, and do you know? Speaking of the stuff for nightmares, mate, I watched the season 3 of Love, Death and Robots the other day. There was some weird stuff in that. I'm gonna watch a season 3 episode called the Hive. The Swarm, sorry. The Swarm, not the Hive. That was like proper freaking trippy. The first episode's really good, actually. I definitely recommend the first episode of that series. It's quite a funny one. It can be quite a serious thing, can't it? I think I know what I'm doing here, but I'm just going to just double check. Do you know what? I'm gonna shadow box this one. Perfect. Well, let's make sure I've got my my scale man. God, this otter got a bit big, didn't he? In case anyone's wondering, there's a story behind the tuning fork as well. Do you know what? I wonder if I can get the countdown clock. No, I won't explain the tuning fork because it's a plot point in the campaign. I don't want to ruin it just in case anybody's actually going to be playing it and. Yeah, I'll tell you, if you're looking for a campaign to play, I'd recommend descending to Avernus. I mean, I'm biased because I've been on it for so bloody long, but I actually think it's a genuinely good campaign. It gets a bit weird and trippy when you actually get into like the 9 hells, and there's some really kind of annoying mechanics in there. That's all to do with like mapping the land and stuff like that. It's, you know. They also missed a trick in a big way because they basically set the scene for this whole demonic engine Mad Max type thing going on. And then they didn't really do anything with it. Which is just a little bit unfortunate, I think. Like, they just missed the trick, missed an opportunity. No, he wasn't getting the. He wasn't getting the. Didn't get a tuna instead of a fish. Oh my god! I've just choked. Oh, get out, Rosie. That was shit. What? Oh dear. Tuna. He's sacked. Actually, it was quite good. I'll give you that. I'll grudgingly admit it. I also admit it took me far too long to get the joke. But have you watched the 1% Club? It seems like a random tangent now, but it's not. Because me and Hayley watch the 1% Club. We watch it with Jacob, and he's really good at it. He's really good at answering the questions. But occasionally they throw one or two in there that it's basically, if you haven't seen it, it's a game show where they have people around an audience of 100 people, and then they ask questions to them that are supposed to be like, 90% of people should get this right, 80% should get it right, 70% will get it right, etc. And then all the way down to 1%. And the idea being, in 100 people, every episode, one person at least, should get to that like 1% question. It doesn't always happen that way. But they're logic questions, so you don't need knowledge to answer it. You just got to kind of be sensible about how you approach them. And quite often with them, you read the questions, and if you're trying to read it in your head, you don't get the answer. But if you say it out loud, you'll get it, because it's to do with the pronunciation of things or a rhyming pattern or something like that you don't necessarily get when you're going over things in your head. And I think that joke was one of them, to be honest. I mean, initially I just thought it's a really, really random comment. It's we watch it recorded. It's on I want to say it's on like ITV or something, but Yeah, lately I've noticed there's been a few questions on there that Jacob's not been able to answer because it's like, you know, what's this common phrase? It's almost done in like a catchphrase kind of way. What's this common phrase? And obviously it's not logic at that point because you either know the phrase or you don't know the phrase. And I mean, they're saying it's a common phrase and it should kind of absolve you of, you know, oh, everybody should know this, but there's obviously people who don't, and that you know, you're going to get caught out then thinking you're going in for logic, you know. And there was one the other day that Jacob couldn't answer, and it was like, which one of these pictures is clearly a fake? And there was a picture of the pyramids, I think. There was a picture of something else, some other landmark, and then there was a picture of the Statue of Liberty. But the picture of Statue of Liberty had the London skyline behind it. And I only realised that because I spotted the gherkin. But obviously, you know, that's not actually logic, is it? That's not a logic question at that point. Because if you don't know that that's the London skyline and the Statue of Liberty's, you know, not in London, either of those 2 points would floor you on that question. So you've got to have that little bit of knowledge at least to be able to kind of answer it. And then, like I said, the one where it's like it's a common saying. Well, here you go. There you go. Ponder that. What common saying is that? For anyone on on Facebook or YouTube playing along, it's the letters THODEEPUGHT. You got 30 seconds. Bunker, do you know it? Bunker, you got an idea? Elston? Anybody else want to have a stab at it? That way I haven't had a save reminder for a while. Quick, Rosie, now's your chance. Oh, this. Yes, good man. Bunker got it. You googling it, were you? So it's quite easy to get if you. Cheers, Rosie. It's quite easy to get when you know it, but. I think it's one of them that you could ponder over for ages, couldn't you? What's the dingbat thingy? Ah, right. No, it's just a phrase. It's the word deep in the middle of the word fort. And I say it's one of those kind of things. If you didn't know deep in fort was a saying or a phrase or whatever, it'd be quite a difficult one to kind of pluck out of thin air. Do you know what I mean? Are you Minecrafting, Bunker? Peeling spuds. Good lad. I don't know what I'm doing for our dinner tonight. Got a roast chicken, but I ain't feeling it. There you go, Rosie. Fish head sticking out the bag. As requested. A tuna and a tuna. What was it? A photograph of a load of trees? Oh, I'm pretty happy with this little dude. Looks like he's got a frog neck though, I need to adjust that. Right, I think he's done. Just got to scale him correctly now. And that feels about perfect, I think. I'm going to call him Tarkago instead of Traxigor. There we go. Guys, I'm just going to put you on a BRB, just check and see if I'm picking the kids up. And I'll be back to either back to a stream or I'll be knocking off to go and pick them up. So give me a second. Right, guys, so I am on pick-up duty today. So I'm just going to quickly get Traxigor the otter. Why have I got 3 of them? Oh. I'm just a bit confused by that, but it's fine. Pre-processing. Oh, that's done. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to hide the second one. Set that to 100 and export. Hey, you're Alston. How's it going, mate? I'm just wrapping up, mate. So, I finished the little dude. Here he is with his little wizard staff, his wizard's hat, his tuning fork and a little fish in a bag. Also known as lunch. A packed lunch. Let's just save. Close ZBrush down. We'll do netfab and then we'll do lychee. Oh, wrong software. Supposed to go in there first. Just doing the file repair. Export parts. 4 degenerate triangles. Now we're going to light you with the repaired file. Okay, we'll do it again, another quick support job on him. So we're going to raise him off the floor to 5 mil, or 5.4 mil. We're going to search with real accuracy. Now this one's not going to require quite so much in the way of anchor supports because he's a very small model. So we're going to go for copper tail. Two on each heel, I think. I'll put one on either side of the foot at the front. Connect that to there and that to there. Well, it should be done. Okay, we're done. There we go. Right guys, that gets me finished with a little bit of time to spare. So, I think we're going to have a little look and see who's on for a raid. And I'll drop you off to them and we can get ready and go get the kids. Ah, Mike's on. Let's go get Mike, eh?
The greatest storyteller always had the perfect story whenever you needed to hear it. There were adventures that could stir the weariest soul.
Is it going?
Or even move you to tears. But surely a storyteller so great must be just another story.
Right, ready to go in 3 seconds. 2, 1, ready to go. Okay guys, come say hello to Mike with me, and I'm going to have to do a raid and run, so I'll catch you guys possibly tomorrow. So until then, I'll catch you later, taters. Thanks for keeping company. Adios.